God send easy. Guard! Guard, attention! Guard! Shoulder! Arms! Australia's Federation Guard! General salute! Present! Arms! Guard! Shoulder! Arms! Guard! Order! Arms! shoulder, arms. Australia's Federation Guard, General Salute, present, arms. Guard, shoulder, arms. Guard, order, arms. Good morning, Prime Minister. Australia's Federation Guard, ready for your inspection, sir. Guard! Shoulder! Arms! Australia's Federation Guard! National and General Salute! Present! Arms! Shoulder! Arms! Guard! Order! Arms!
Honourable members, honourable senators, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra era, and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. On behalf of the House, I welcome as guests the President of the Senate and honourable senators to the sitting of the House of Representatives to hear the address by the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort our guest to the chamber.
Honourable members, honourable senators, the Prime Minister of Canada.
Prime Minister, I welcome you to the House of Representatives. Your address today is a significant occasion in the history of this House. I give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, my friend, Prime Minister Carney and Madame Fox Carney, it is my great honour and an absolute pleasure to welcome you and all the members of your delegation to our Parliament on behalf of the people of Australia. And I know that I speak for every member of this place when I say we are very much looking forward to your address. It may help you to know that back in 1839, Britain sentenced 58 French Canadians involved in the rebellion in Quebec to be transported to New South Wales and put to work widening Parramatta Road, which goes through my local electorate in Sydney, and past Canada Bay in the electorate of the member for Reid. In 1854, it was a Canadian, Henry Ross, who stood in the centre of the Eureka Stockade at Ballarat and raised a new flag, the iconic Southern Cross, a symbol of the miners' struggle for justice. In other words, Prime Minister, Canadian rebels with bold ideas have always been welcome here in Australia. Always a context. That is because our countries have always recognised something of ourselves in each other. We are two societies enriched by Indigenous cultures and their love and connection to the beauty of our lands and our waters. Commonwealth countries that have forged unique, proud and independent identities. Democracies that did not just adopt the Westminster system, we made it fairer, stronger and our own. Two nations that are at our very best when we look over our wide horizons. When we look out to the world and bring our values with us as we engage with it. The first Australian Prime Minister to address a joint sitting of the Canadian Parliament was our great wartime Labor leader, John Curtin. Standing in your House of Commons on the 1st of June 1944, just 5 days before Australians would help Canadians take and hold Juno Beach. Curtin looked to the future those brave men were fighting for, how to secure a lasting peace worth the winning, how to build an economy and society worthy of the service, sacrifice and suffering of those who had kept it free, and the role that Australia and Canada had to play in this. Curtin said this: "In a world where none of us is strong enough to stand alone, we shall discover how and by what means we can best stand with and for each other." More than 8 decades on, even in a new world order, that old test endures. Technology is changing the nature of conflict and heightening the risk and cost of escalation. And if ever nations such as ours had the luxury of imagining that distance alone kept us safe, those days are certainly gone. The same Iranian regime launching indiscriminate attacks on nations across the Middle East orchestrated anti-Semitic terrorist attacks on a synagogue and a small business here in Australia in 2024. For us, as two democracies in an age of polarisation, as two dynamic trading nations in a time of disrupted supply chains, and as two middle powers in an era of strategic competition, Australia and Canada must seek and create new ways to stand with and for each other. Prime Minister, for all the comfortable ties of old affection, what makes the friendship between Australia and Canada noteworthy is what we do not share. We do not share a border, a region, a hemisphere, or any market smaller than the global one. Yet this makes the connection between our countries more meaningful, not less, because our cooperation, our partnership, is a positive choice, not a necessity. When we work together, it is on the basis of our shared convictions, not mutual convenience. And when we do, when we stand in solidarity with the brave people of Ukraine, when we work together to seize the economic opportunities of clean energy, when we strengthen our defence industry cooperation, including through Australia's biggest ever defence export, the world-leading over-the-horizon radar technology, and when we face up to the urgent global challenge of climate change, because we know what it means for our unique environments, for our farmers and growers and producers, and for our firefighters, who for decades have travelled between our nations to help each other in the toughest of times, and now face the prospect of their fire seasons overlapping because of climate change. When we act together, we demonstrate to our citizens that government is not a passive institution. It is an instrument for positive change. And what's more, when we send a message to all those nations that look to us as equals, as peers, as neighbours and as leaders, that they too have a choice, agency and a part to play, because peace, security and prosperity are not the preserve of the great powers alone. They are our common cause and our collective responsibility. Prime Minister, Australia and Canada are middle powers in a world that is changing. We cannot change it back, but we can back ourselves, back our citizens and back each other. And your visit reflects our shared ambition for Australia and Canada to do more together at a deeper level, to build on our shared strengths, from our resources and critical minerals to defence technology, to the investing power of our superannuation and pension funds. Prime Minister, in this decade, where nearly every single challenge is indeed a global one, the distance between our two nations has never mattered less. and the closeness of our values has never mattered more. Together, let us seize the opportunities that the world holds for us. You are very welcome here in our Parliament today. I thank you for your ongoing friendship and our regular dialogue. You'll be welcome in Australia always. Yeah.
I invite the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to support the remarks of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I commend Prime Minister Albanese for his warm welcome for our guest of honour and his wife, Diane. Mr Speaker, I have a confession. I knew our guest of honour long before he became the Prime Minister of Canada. It was 1991. The Berlin Wall had fallen. The Cold War was all but over. In that atmosphere, two young, somewhat idealistic students met in an economics postgraduate course at Oxford. The bond was immediate. Both from provincial backgrounds, Alberta, famous for its cattle, southern New South Wales, famous for its sheep. Both from families who cherished the value of education. Both quietly cynical about the pompous Poms and the boisterous Yanks sauntering around Oxford. And despite our different politics today, we both shared a healthy distaste for Soviet sympathisers. There we were, a Canadian and Australians, regularly sitting next to each other in class, you sporting black eyes from ice hockey, me sporting bruises and cuts from rugby. But Mark's thesis was of great interest to the professors, whereas I wrote mine on the price of beer, of far greater interest to our student friends. Back then, I don't think either of us imagined a life like this in politics. One of life's great joys is seeing old friends do well. So it gives me immense joy to see Canada led by an old friend, a man of the highest calibre, utterly devoted to his country. Prime Minister Carney, with your presence here today, we celebrate a remarkable bilateral relationship. And while our eyes are on the horizon, we also take this moment to look behind us. Democracies are the gift of British inheritance. It was the pragmatic, enlightened and accommodating nature of British stewardship that nurtured within our colonies self-identity, self-government and ultimately sovereign nationhood. With your presence here today, we acknowledge Canada and Australia's mutual inheritance and two great constitutional monarchies. Australia was fortunate to look to the example of the Canadian Confederation as we forged our own federation. Our federation debates were robust. One of our founding fathers said, "We shall find the Canadian Constitution is about the best basis that we can select." Another founding father had a very different view, saying, "In no regard can we look upon the example of Canada as one to be imitated." But whether Australia's founding fathers praised or criticised the Canadian model, they learned from Canada and yearned for what Canadians had achieved. Prime Minister Carney, with your presence here today, we say with gratitude that Canada helped shape the Australian nation. We are two great democracies that have successfully woven together the Indigenous, colonial and migrant threads of our societies. Over the course of 125 years, our two nations have known a steadfast, stable and mutually supportive partnership in peacetime and in wartime, in good times and in tough times. As we've just heard, our two peoples have known a deep and abiding friendship. Our partnership and friendship are testimony to the many achievements over many generations in trade and in business, in sharing intelligence and sharing industriousness, in fighting our enemies and fighting bushfires. Since you've become Prime Minister of Canada, I've admired many of the decisions you've taken that are grounded in economic realism, removing the consumer carbon tax, getting immigration under control and ensuring it's conducive to social cohesion, and a deregulation agenda that supports business and industry. Your speech in Switzerland in January was a much-needed wake-up call for middle powers of the West. Prime Minister Carney said, we're at a turning point. We must indeed stop invoking rules-based international order as though it functions as advertised. I'd go further. The rules-based international order has been exposed as wishful thinking of a bygone and benign era, especially in these times when autocratic regimes act with impunity. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. In this brave new world, middle powers cannot simply build higher walls and retreat behind them. We must work together. We must act together, closer than ever, on defence, on secure supply chains and sovereign capabilities, on maintaining free trade. As you said, the strength of our values matter and the value of our strength matters. It's that moral clarity that must guide us and protect our way of life. Prime Minister Carney, on behalf of the Coalition and Federal Opposition, it's a privilege and a pleasure to welcome you to the Australian Parliament. And from one old friend to another, it's great to see you, mate.
Prime Minister Carney, it gives me great pleasure to invite you to address the House of Representatives.
Prime Minister Albanese, thank you, and to Jody for this warm welcome and for this great honour. Leader of the Opposition, Taylor, thank you for reminding me of the importance of beer and competition. And in terms of deflating the palms, I would note, I would recall our meeting with Prime Minister Starmer, our trilateral at a time of great consequence, where it was around drinks, and Prime Minister Albanese brought 4 of Australia's finest tins, which just happened to bear his name. Mr. Speaker, President, honourable members and senators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this warm welcome to myself, my wife, my colleagues to Australia. Let me also thank the Australian firefighters who are here in this chamber today. They came to my home province of Alberta when we faced record wildfires last summer, as is all too common. But what is also common is that action, that heroism is just as Australian firefighters have done for Canadians over the years. And this is just one of the many testaments to the profound and practical friendship between our two nations. Friends, it is a distinct honor and privilege to address this Parliament, one of the world's great chambers of democracy, and a testament, as both previous speakers indicated, to our shared Commonwealth heritage. Allow me a few words in Canada's other official language. Le Canada et l'Australie sont de grands amis.
Are great friends,
et ce depuis longtemps.
and have been for a very long time.
La confiance
Trust
est le pilier
is
central
the
de
central
notre relation.
cornerstone of our
Lorsque le
relationship.
Canada et
When
l'Australie
Canada and
agissent de
Australia act
concert,
in unison,
nous
we
faisons
make
une grande
a big
différence.
difference.
Et en cette période
In
de
these
rupture,
times of
notre
rupture,
collaboration
our
est
collaboration
encore
is
plus
even
stratégique.
more strategic.
Nous pouvons
We can
chacun renforcer notre
Each
souveraineté
reinforce our
et ainsi
sovereignty, and in doing so,
produire des résultats
deliver
concrets pour nos
tangible
citoyens et
results for
citoyennes,
our citizens,
même
all of them,
que
as well
pour
as for
nos
our
économies.
economies.
Mr. Speaker, the last time a Canadian Prime Minister stood here, it was a different era with different challenges. 2007, the eve of the global financial crisis, a crisis through which Australia and Canada sailed. We sailed through that storm because of the soundness of our banks, the probity of our public finances, and the resourcefulness of our people. And while much has changed since then, these qualities endure, as does the friendship between our nations. Although we could not be further physically apart, Canada and Australia are strategic cousins. We may look to different skies, the North Star in our hemisphere, the Southern Cross in yours, but we have the same orientation. We share a common heritage, have developed a common perspective, and can build together a common future. Two sovereign nations, two proud democracies, the true North and the land down under, navigating with the same values. As the Prime Minister indicated, what makes our relationship rare is that it was not built by geography or by great power design. It was chosen repeatedly over centuries. In the mud of Flanders, on the shores of Normandy, in the hills of Korea and the valleys of Kandahar, Canadians and Australians have stood by each other when the hour was darkest and victory most in doubt. And we have done so because we believe that people everywhere deserve to live freely, to govern themselves and determine their own futures, and that these values are worth defending, even at great cost. Together, we helped to build the post-war international system, to draft the UN Charter, and to create a global economic order that brought prosperity to our peoples. We helped write its rules from Basel to Brisbane. We were at the table when the G20 was formed, when the Trans-Pacific Partnership was negotiated, and when the standards governing trade, finance, and security were all set. Yes, that system was imperfect, but it functioned, keeping sea lanes open, resolving disputes, growing trade and investment, and narrowing the gaps between rich and poor across the world. With that global architecture now breaking down from consecutive crises, I've come to Australia at your invitation to reaffirm our alliance and to suggest where it can go next. Because it's my fundamental belief, as a result of optimism I've picked up from people from this great country, that from this rupture we can build something better, more prosperous, more resilient, and more just. It's often observed that we have much in common: the Westminster system, federalism, common law, the Crown. Yet the foundations of our relationship go much deeper. We intuitively understand how each other's systems work, how power is constrained, how our institutions function, and the values that underpin them. This is the product of decades, centuries of parallel development, common inheritance, and continuous exchange between our peoples. It's not something that can be replicated by a treaty or sustained by rhetoric. On this common foundation, we have built civic nations, societies held together not by blood or soil, not by a single faith or culture, but by something more demanding and durable: a shared commitment to live together, to accommodate our differences, and to pursue the common good. Canada's founding insight is that unity does not require uniformity, that we can share a country without conforming to a single identity, that our differences, honestly acknowledged and respectfully navigated, are a source of strength. Australia arrived at the same destination by its own path. Let us remember that Australia was the first nation in the world to give women the right to vote and to stand for Parliament. Your example has inspired the world ever since. And that act of democratic extension, choosing to widen the circle rather than guard its edges, is the fundamental instinct that drives our common civic nationalism. Our two nations were built by risk-takers, by voyageurs, by drovers, adventurers, people whose families left everything behind to start again. They crossed oceans with uncertain prospects to bet on themselves and bet on each other. And that commitment to building something together rather than resting on something inherited, is bred in the bone of our national characters. Of course, we are both nations still in the making. The important work of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is ongoing. We continue to strive so that everyone has equal opportunities, regardless of gender, race, sexual orientation, or starting point in their lives. This work is not the sign of weakness, rather the product of a confidence and honesty that acknowledges when we fall short and relentlessly strives to do better. Mr. Speaker, the institutional depth we share, our friendship forged by shared values and common battles, creates a trust that is also a strategic asset. It is a source of power. And the question today for middle powers like us is whether we establish the conventions and help write the new rules that will determine our security and prosperity, or let the hegemons dictate outcomes. In the new global environment, the ability to form effective coalitions is becoming a central strategic capability. Great powers can compel, but compulsion comes with costs, both reputational and financial. Middle powers can convene, but not everyone can. In the post-rupture world, the nations that are trusted and can work together will be quicker to the punch, more effective in their responses, and more proactive in shaping outcomes, and ultimately, those countries will be more secure and prosperous. Mr. Speaker, middle powers like Australia and Canada hold this rare convening power because others know we mean what we say, and we will match our values with our actions. This has been earned by those before us throughout our history. And the question is now, what do we do with it? Canada is choosing to create a dense web of connections to build our resilience. We've adopted a new framework for engaging the world, variable geometry, creating different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests for those issues. This is not a retreat from multilateralism, it is its evolution. And to be clear, Canada's support for the United Nations, the Bretton Woods institutions, the multilateral system is, like Australia's, unwavering. But while we are committed to reforms of these institutions in order to better reflect today's world, we need coalitions now to address immediate challenges. And as those coalitions work, they will help demonstrate the power of multilateralism and reinvigorate it. The fact is, right now, many countries are concluding that they must develop greater strategic autonomy. And this impulse is understandable. When the rules no longer protect you, you must defend yourself. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. But in the 21st century, the requirements for economic security and prosperity of our countries extend far beyond food, conventional energy, and defense, as important as these are. Today, sovereignty requires reliable access to space-based communications and storage, vaccines, semiconductors, payment systems, and capital. Because governments and businesses went for decades prioritizing efficiency over resilience. We've developed supply chains and trading relationships that create dependencies on the great powers, sometimes even individual corporations. All of these affecting essential elements of our sovereignty. And as that integration is weaponized, this creates fundamental vulnerabilities. In response, Canada's strategic imperative is to build sovereign capabilities in these critical sectors, at home and in coalition with trusted, reliable partners like Australia, to ensure that integration is never again the source of our subordination. And let me, in the spirit of the Leader of the Opposition, move from the theoretical to the practical. I'll give 5 examples of this variable geometry in practice. The first, Prime Minister, is in critical minerals. Canada and Australia are the world's 2 most reliable and like-minded mining giants. We are both committed to sustainability. We have each developed the most advanced extractive ecosystems, all the range from prospecting to engineering, logistics, and capital markets. We're blessed with abundance of foundational metals that power the batteries, the EVs, the smartphones, the AI systems of this century. Together, we produce 1/3 of global lithium, 1/3 of global uranium, 40% of iron ore. In fairness, that's largely you. But we'll take credit for it. And we have a combined war chest right now of $25 billion to fast-track global projects. Globally, we're 1 and 2 in the most attractive, we're 1 and 2 as the most attractive mining investment jurisdictions in the world. We are the world's critical mineral superpowers. Now, in the old world, and even to a degree today, the temptation would be to see each other as competitors. In the new world, we should, as Prime Minister Albanese has suggested, be strategic collaborators to boost investments, accelerate technological cooperation, enhance supply chain resilience, expand our domestic processing abilities, and to reinforce each of our strategic autonomy. Which is why earlier today we've signed a series of new agreements on critical minerals, including with respect to the G7 Critical Minerals Alliance, an alliance Prime Minister Albanese helped to launch in Kananaskis in June. This is the largest group of trusted democracies with critical minerals reserves in the world. The second area is in defense. Both our countries are building up our capabilities so the next generation of drones, surveillance aircraft, cyber, and artificial intelligence are created in Adelaide and Alberta. Canada has just announced our first ever defense industrial strategy. It will catalyze $500 billion of investment in our security and resilience over the course of the next decade. This creates enormous opportunities for cooperation between our countries. As the Prime Minister rightly referenced, we are already cooperating with Australia on your world-leading over-the-horizon radar, and we're actively exploring new opportunities to protect our vast territories together. Australia and Canada are core members of the Coalition of the Willing, which provides vital military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine in response to Russia's illegal, horrific war. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this war is not in doubt, although its duration is still uncertain. And when peace comes, and it will come, the coalition, including Canada and Australia, will provide robust security guarantees to support a just and lasting peace in Ukraine and Europe. As we have seen in this war in Ukraine, satellite communications are now a fundamental requirement for security. A Canadian-based constellation of LEO satellites will launch next year, providing reliable and secure global communications. We're working with other like-minded partners who possess similar capabilities to build out a deep, resilient, sovereign system that we can all share and we can each control in our territories. Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence is my third example. As AI begins to transform our economies and our lives, strategic autonomy will require sovereign intelligence infrastructure, including secure clouds, data, LLM models, enterprise applications. Canada can contribute here as well, in partnership. We're the #1 global destination for master's and doctoral students. We produce some of the world's most renowned AI developers and are home to the leading AI institutes and many of the startups. But we know that is not sufficient. We know we must work with others who share our values to build sovereign AI capabilities so we are not caught between the hyperscalers and the hegemons. We're partnering with like-minded nations in Europe, and we look forward to today's agreements to work more closely in partnership with Australia, and as well, building on the announcement at the APEC summit in our trilateral AI initiative with India. Fourth, on trade. Our two nations are championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union. Canada is already a member of both trading blocs. I hope soon you will be as well. Both of us know that the value of this is a global public good. Yes, it's market access, but it's a global public good because this is a bloc of 1.5 billion people grounded in common standards, shared values, and is capable of anchoring a new rules-based trading system even as the old one falters. To be clear, this is an ad hoc coalition, variable geometry, of middle powers that has a larger GDP than the United States, 3 times the trade flow of China, the largest combined financial balance sheets in the world, over 60 of the world's top universities, and the largest source of cultural exports globally. It might not surprise you, given my background, that my final example is capital. Over the past 2 decades, access to capital has become increasingly weaponized. And in the coming period of global volatility, our financial systems will likely be tested once again. Canada and Australia retain the advantages of sound banking systems, the most sophisticated and reliable financial infrastructure. We have the ability that others might think they have but don't. We have the ability to sustain openness to cross-border capital flows. Our pension funds and your supers constitute one of the largest pools, soon to be the largest pools of capital in the world, at present nearly $7 trillion under management. This is a strategic asset for our citizens and future generations, particularly in a riskier world where it will increasingly matter who owes whom and who owns what. The fact is, we are currently underinvested in each other's economies, and it's high time to modernize our bilateral tax and investment treaty, and I welcome today's agreement to do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, the connections, these new connections between Australia and Canada are greater than the sum of their parts. This is an alliance reaffirmed, a friendship strengthened, and a partnership to build greater prosperity and security in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. The fact is, Australia and Canada have never waited for others to write our futures. We've written it ourselves through a century of choices, standing together in the darkest hours, building the post-war order with optimism and purpose, and now helping to create what comes next. Yes, the world will always be driven by great powers. But it can also be shaped by middle powers that trust each other and act with speed and purpose. Australia and Canada have demonstrated that trust again this week. Every agreement signed, every coalition deepened, every commitment made is variable geometry in practice. And we do so because we both understand the scale of the task ahead and because we have traveled together on this road before. Canada could not have a better partner than Australia. And as one of my predecessors, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, said in the 70s, Australia is a self-possessed and confident nation that believes in the future of mankind. Two nations under different skies with the same orientation, a friendship built over a century that is ready to build the century that awaits. Thank you very much for this honor.
Prime Minister, on behalf of the House, I thank you for your address. I wish you and Madam Fox Carney a successful and enjoyable stay in Australia. I thank the President of the Senate and Senators for their attendance, and now I invite the Prime Minister to escort our guests from the chamber. Members will take their seats while the Prime Minister is escorted out. If members can take and senators can just resume their seats quickly while the Prime Ministers depart the chamber. The chair will be resumed with ringing.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and it is wonderful to have welcomed my friend Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, to Australia, and to be able to reciprocate the generous hospitality that I received at last year's G7 summit. Canada is one of Australia's closest and long-standing partners. And today in our bilateral, we've discussed the Indo-Pacific, developments in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, cooperation in economic security, the critical importance of the clean energy transition, as well as defence cooperation. With the international system under increasing pressure, we want to work together and with our partners to uphold and defend peace, security and prosperity. Today we can announce that we've agreed to deepen our relationship across several areas. Building on our joint declaration of intent on critical minerals that we signed last year, we have agreed to increase collaboration on critical minerals through a range of measures. Pursuing common positions on key critical minerals issues, increasing alignment between Australia's critical minerals strategic reserve and Canada's defence stockpiling regime, working together to shape emerging markets, as well as Australia joining Canada's G7 Critical Minerals Production Alliance. We're advancing our shared economic security through new annual economic ministers' meetings, new formal talks between our industry ministers, a new clean energy partnership, and a commitment by ministers to advance cooperation through Australian and Canadian AI safety institutes. We will strengthen our defence and security cooperation through a new biannual Defence Ministers meeting, continuing our collaboration on the development of Arctic over-the-horizon radar system, Australia's largest ever defence export. We're expanding our institutional connections through a joint declaration of intent between our National Emergency Management Agency and the Public Safety Canada organisation to boost what has been a long-standing cooperation over many years, and a new annual emergency ministers meeting as well. In addition to that, the reinvigoration of the Canada-Australia Public Policy Initiative, development with the Canada-Australia Polar Science Partnership, and greater cooperation between the Canadian Space Agency and the Australian Space Agency on Canada's wildfire SAT mission. Mr Prime Minister, all Australians are forever grateful for the brave contribution that Canadian firefighters have made each year. But in particular, some of our darkest moments were the black summer of 2019-2020. As long-standing partners and friends, we have so much to build on our relationship. And as middle powers in what is a complex world, we recognise that we can work together and with all partners to shape it for the better. So I thank you and Mrs Fox Carney as well as your delegation for your visit here to Australia. I look forward to the further dialogue that we'll have this afternoon. Myself and Jody look forward to hosting you this evening for dinner, and Toto will be there as well, our little dog, so I hope that's okay. She will hunt down who the weakest is in your pack to beg for food. I assure you she is not starving. We have a great relationship. It's been made even stronger by your presence here.
Thank you.
And I'd welcome some remarks.
Thank you very much. Well, I too am not starving after even 48 hours in Australia. And Prime Minister, I want to thank you, Jody, thank your colleagues for your graciousness in hosting myself and my colleagues here. You have more than reciprocated for the hospitality we extended as part of the G7, and to repay the debt, our door is always open to you and anyone from Australia to visit Canada. I'll remind on June the 13th, the Socceroos are playing in Vancouver, so I'll be there. Welcome you off the plane for having seen them in action in the fall. A great victory at that point. In seriousness, it was a deep honour to address the Australian Parliament, and thank you very much for extending that. Le Canada et l'Australie sont
Canada
de
and
proches
Australia
partenaires.
are close partners.
Nos forces armées s'entraînent ensemble et échangent des
Forces
renseignements.
train together,
Nous avons des
exchange
échanges
intelligence,
commerciaux qui
we have
dépassent
trade
6 milliards de
exchanges
dollars
that
annuellement.
exceed $6 billion,
Et ce chiffre
and
ne cesse
this number
d'augmenter.
is constantly
Et
increasing.
nous sommes des
And we
démocraties
are
parlementaires
parliamentary
fédérales avec des
democracies
gouvernements
with
décentralisés.
federal
We
structures.
have many things in common, as I said, a common heritage, but what distinguishes our partnership, our friendship, is how we have built on those foundations. And now, in a more uncertain, more divided world, Canada and Australia are middle powers charting our own course with confidence, ambition, and partnership. We're doing that together because we've grown up together. And with an ocean between us, we may not see each other quite as much as we'd like, but whenever we do, like family, it feels like no time has passed. In times of need, we've looked out for each other in the exchange of firefighters, also, as I said, in the chamber, on the battlefield. It's on these foundations we're building. Canada is building partnerships abroad. In the past just under 1 year, we've signed 20 new economic and security partnerships across 4 continents. But in that mission, all those partnerships are not created equal. We turn to our most trusted allies, Australia first and foremost amongst them, those who share our values of democracy, freedom, and sovereignty. In my very first week as Prime Minister, we spoke, we announced our partnership on the world-leading over-the-horizon radar system developed by Australia that will detect, deter, and defend threats in Canada's Arctic. Since then, our governments have worked on several key initiatives. As the Prime Minister just referenced, Australia helped launch the G7 Critical Minerals Alliance, a group we're reinforcing today. In November, we launched a trilateral partnership with India on AI and innovation, a partnership we accelerated this past week in India. So whether it's in trade, security, critical minerals, getting Vegemite back on the shelves, Canada.
Very important.
Very important. That's probably the biggest legacy past year. Canada and Australia are getting big things done together. And now, here in Canberra for the first bilateral visit by a Canadian Prime Minister to Australia in nearly 2 decades, elevating our partnership across energy, critical minerals, defense, AI, and also in investment. We know that middle powers must work together to build up our sovereignty in these key strategic sectors. We're also building our defense capabilities across the next generation of drones, surveillance aircraft, cyber, AI. We're developing sovereign AI capabilities so we're not caught between the hyperscalers and the hegemons. And in a world where access to capital is increasingly weaponized, we're leveraging our pension funds and our supers to be a force multiplier. Yesterday, when I was in Sydney, I had the opportunity to meet with some of Australia's largest institutional investors, including the IFM, who announced their intention to invest up to $10 billion in Canada. 2 sovereign nations, 2 proud democracies. Prime Minister Albanese, as you said in the chamber, we may look to different skies, North Star in our hemisphere, the Southern Cross in yours. I'm glad to see the Canadian connection there with the flag. But as you said today, we are at our very best when we look over our wide horizons. For when we do, we find a partner who shares our history, our values, and our ambitions to build. Thank you very much, my friend. Merci beaucoup. Look forward to the questions.
Thank you. We have a number of questions. Australia first.
Thanks, Prime Minister. Can I ask both leaders, as you're aware, the war in the Middle East appears to be widening, with Iran launching missiles towards Turkey, and we saw, of course, it now spreading to our region with the US Navy sinking an Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast. Can I ask both leaders, are you troubled by the expansion of the conflict, and do you have any comment, most particularly on the recent actions of the US Navy, particularly given Prime Minister Carney your call recently for a rapid de-escalation in the conflict?
Well, we both, of course, the Prime Minister can speak for himself, but I think the world wants to see a de-escalation and wants to see Iran cease to spread the destinations of its attacks. We're seeing Gulf states that have not been involved attacked across the board, including the attacks on civilian and tourist areas as well. We also want to see the objectives achieved. I want to see the possibility of Iran getting a nuclear weapon removed once and for all. And I also want to see a removal of the ongoing threat that has been there for such a long period of time of Iran endangering peace and security and stability, not just in its own region, but here in Australia, of course. We saw at least 2 events linked to the IRGC, to acts of terrorism here, funded, sourced, motivated and driven by the Iranian regime. And we want to see that end.
Yes, thank you, Prime Minister. I associate myself entirely with that response. First, let's recognize the regime we're talking about. It's a regime that, first and foremost, in its own country, for almost 5 decades, has repressed its people, repressed women, killed its people, in large numbers, even in recent weeks, up to 15,000 peaceful demonstrators murdered by this regime. It's a regime that's exported terrorism for decades across the Middle East. It's reached the shores here. It's a regime that's killed scores of Canadians, including in the disaster, the tragedy rather, in 2020, PS 752, where scores of Canadians died, and that aircraft was shot down. As the Prime Minister just said, it is a regime that reacts to this by attacking civilians and civilian infrastructure in other countries. And so, while we want to see a broader de-escalation of these hostilities with a broader group of countries than just the direct belligerents involved, we recognize, we stress, that that cannot be achieved unless we're in a position that Iran's ability to acquire a nuclear weapon, develop a nuclear weapon, and to export terrorism is ended. So that process must lead to those outcomes.
Canada.
Question for Prime Minister Carney. You've said that Canada will not participate in U.S. military action in Iran. So can you definitively say that's going to remain the case, even if hostilities broaden, escalate, or are prolonged?
You've asked a fundamental hypothetical in a conflict that can spread very broadly. Today's events, recent events, point to that. So one can never categorically rule out participation. We will stand by our allies when it makes sense. There's a distinction between the offensive actions that were taken and are being taken by the United States and Israel, that were taken by them without consultation with Canada, with other allies, and we're not party to those actions. But we will always defend Canadians. We will always stand by and defend our allies when called upon.
Australia.
Prime Minister Carney, given your scepticism about the United States foreign and defence policy and the old world institutions that you've discussed a few times now, is the Five Eyes alliance still a viable operating model? Does it need modernising?
I would say that many things, there are many challenges, but there are many things that continue to function very well, and the Five Eyes would be top of that list.
Canada.
Mardi, votre ministre de la Défense a appelé un cessez-le-feu en Iran.
Defense Minister called for a ceasefire in Iran. Do you also call for an immediate ceasefire? Well, we need to see first a de-escalation. We need to see a situation where all the parties in this conflict must recognize the necessity to avoid attacks on citizens, on civilians, and on civil infrastructure that is not given at this stage. So we need to see a process to achieve that aim. Yes, ceasefire is an objective. Yes, we aspire to it, but that's not the time.
Australia.
In English, sir?
Before there can be a ceasefire, there needs to be a de-escalation of hostilities. Right now, we have a spreading of hostilities. We recognize that. And before we get there, there needs to be the ending of targeting civilian infrastructure. Those are necessary conditions before a ceasefire can exist. Thank you.
Australia.
Prime Minister Carney, you spoke a lot about trust in your speech. Given the actions of America, particularly on tariffs recently, do you trust Donald Trump, and can Australia trust Donald Trump? And Prime Minister Albanese, when it comes to your campaign on a future made in Australia, how does today's critical minerals deal cooperate and interact with that plan to be Australia first in all cases?
Yeah, Prime Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly, the facts are we're in a position where Canada has a comprehensive free trade agreement with the United States. There's certain protocols under that agreement. If temporary tariffs or other tariffs are put in place, those have not been followed. So that agreement effectively has been broken in the short term by U.S. actions. That's the fact. That would be acknowledged, I think, by all sides. Maybe slightly more diplomatic terms would be used, but that's the reality. That puts us in a position where we need to build on what we have in order to reestablish that trust commercially. What we have and what we have to build on is considerable. It is the case, beneath the headlines and the noise, if you will, more than 85% of our trade is tariff-free. Our actual average tariff rate is less than 5% with the United States. There are issues in certain sectors, and we want to address them. We are engaging with the United States as part of what they call the USMCA process, we call CUSMA, for that review, and it's that process that is the process to reestablish the trust, if you will, the viable agreement that individuals, companies, investors, and others can look to with confidence. So, yes, we need to do that, but there's a process to do that, and we're committed to do that if the United States is. Thank you.
Yeah, our critical minerals deal that we've upgraded today is perfectly consistent with our Future Made in Australia agenda. Both of us, when we had our ministerial discussion, spoke about the need for economic resilience. Now, that has a number of aspects. Our trading relationships, and both of us are seeking to diversify those trading relationships and make sure that we're not vulnerable to a shock of any one particular nation and a breakdown in those relationships. But secondly as well, part of economic resilience is making sure that as two great suppliers of critical minerals, and the Prime Minister outlined in his speech to Parliament just how that combination in some of the critical minerals such as lithium represent a large percentage of the world's production. If we work together, then what that does is obviously have an impact not just on supply but also on price, but also on value adding in our respective countries as well. That is one of the ways that you avoid economic dependency, where you build that national economic resilience. And the combination of us working together on this just makes both of the strategies that we have stronger. So, for example, our critical minerals strategic reserve, working with Canada's defence stockpiling regime, is a strength for both of those structures that have been put in place if we're actually talking to each other and working together, and that's what we aim to do. And Canada.
Hi, Prime Minister, and I will be asking a follow-up as well.
Okay.
You're calling for de-escalation of hostilities in Iran. Your comments at the Institute last night acknowledged there was some predictability that this conflict would be widening besides the initial strike.
Yep.
So, if that was your logic from the outset, why in your first statement did you not call for any kind of de-escalation?
Because it was the very beginning. We made a statement, Australia made a statement within hours of the beginning of the hostilities. And the objectives of the hostilities, as we understood it, could not have been achieved in that period. So, on ne peut pas juste avant, en même temps
so you
que le
cannot at the
commencement
same time as
d'une action, on
the
peut
action
pas
is starting, you
arrêter
cannot
cette action
stop this
immédiatement.
action either
C'est
immediately.
logique et
And that's
clair.
consistent and logical, isn't it?
Non, c'était...
Did you speak too quickly,
c'était
or should you
important.
have taken your time?
Pour
No,
nous
it
de-
was
de
essential
souligner,
for us to highlight
la nature
the nature
d'une menace,
nature
de la
of
menace
a threat,
grave
of the grave
l'Iran,
threat
en ce qui
that
concerne,
emanates from Iran in
nos
terms
efforts
of
d'avoir
our efforts
des armes
to
nucléaires et puis
prevent nuclear
l'exportation
weapons and export
d'extrémisme
of
terroriste.
extremism and terrorism.
Les alliés européens ont quand même appelé à la
But your
désescalade
European
au respect du
allies
droit
called for
international.
de-escalation immediately, didn't they? Why
Parce que
didn't
nous
you?
sommes souverains, on
Because
fait
we are
les
sovereign.
décisions nous-mêmes.
We make our own
Prime
decisions.
Minister, how can you have it both ways? How can you say you initially, I understand your first statement you said was made in hours, but you also said there was some predictability. You knew this was going to widen. So how can you have it both ways? And in hindsight, should you have called for de-escalation in that first statement?
No. In hindsight, to that point, in my judgment. Secondly, in terms of war, there are likelihoods, there are possibilities. You have to plan for the worst, but there are no certainties in conflict. And so now that the conflict has moved on, now that the conflict is involving wider, a much wider group, but even if, I don't want to say even if, but moving into the Gulf, moving into civilian infrastructure, we're saying a few things. One, it is not solely the decision of the principal belligerents to move to the de-escalation. Should recognize that the members of the Gulf Cooperation Council are showing tremendous restraint at the moment. They're solely acting in a defensive manner. That's true from a range of others. It's true from a number of our allies as well. And so bringing those partners into these discussions. Look, it is a very volatile, it's extremely complex situation. It's getting more complex as time goes on. But we absolutely stand by the fundamental principle that Iran should not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon and to continue to be a serial violator of international law. And these are not niceties. A serial violator of international law that is killing our citizens, that murders citizens by the thousands in these regions, that funds all the terrorist groups in the Middle East, from Hezbollah to Hamas to the Houthis. That aspect, that objective starts, and that's where we stand. Thank you.
Can I thank you very much, Prime Minister, and can I invite you to be here next week and the week after, because this is the first press conference I've done for some time where someone else has got most of the questions. So I thank you very much for it, and I welcome our Canadian media friends who are here with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.